Okay. Good evening, class. Let's give a couple of minutes to the other students that have not shown up yet. Still, we have a couple of minutes, I guess. Okay. Okay. Any questions? Any questions about anything? Okay, let's give a few minutes. See who else shows up. Okay, good evening. Let's see who else is going to join the class so we can start this new module. Okay, let's see if anybody emails me. No. Okay, so any questions, anyone? Okay, so let's talk about this new module, medical law and ethics. So one of the things that we need to understand is that we have laws for everything. So we have public law, civil law, criminal law. So we have to have some type of regulations. Can you imagine if, people will do anything that they wish and there is no consequences for the wrongdoing? That wouldn't be a good idea, right? So we have all these laws that protects every single individual in this country. In the medical, we have also laws that protects the patients. protects the medical professionals. So the laws are not just to protect the patients. No, it protects the medical professionals. We're going to see how that works. So that's basically what it is. So this chapter is going to be Introduction to Medical Law and Ethics. We're going to learn what is law, what is ethics, and what is medical law, because those are three different things. Ethics is one thing, law is another thing, medical law is a different thing. So it is law, these are regulations, these are mandates, but how do they apply to people, to individuals, depends of what laws or what issues you've been accused of. Just put it in simple terms. So that's basically what it is. So let's start with medical law. So remember, I already mentioned that law in general is a group of regulations, mandates by the government. That's what we have: the civil law, the private law, the criminal law. So if you commit a crime, if you steal something, if you violate traffic regulations, if you steal something, or you injure something, you kill someone, we have laws for all that, of course. And they are punished not only with imprisonment, maybe taking you to jail, or giving you a fine, or both. So you can pay some money. At the same time, you can lose your license. Let's say you drive a car and you got into an accident. You're probably gonna get your driver license taken away, revoked, suspended, or you can be put on probation. All depends of how bad the crime that you committed was. So that's basically what it is. So medical law is the law that applies for medical people and for the patients that you are taking care of. So that's basically what it is. So that's the medical law. And the same as this criminal law, you're going to be punished as a medical professional if you don't follow your profession guidelines, the training that you have, the certificate or the licensing that you receive. So you have to abide by these laws, whether it's medical or any other type of law. We have to abide by those laws. These are written documents that if we violate certain laws, we're going to pay for it. Remember, it can be with suspension, probation, revocation of licensing, certificates, whatever the case may be. So we got to make sure that we follow the law. Now, again, these laws are standardized. So if somebody commits a crime, killing someone, you're going to be found accountable for whatever you do in the same way that someone else kills someone else somewhere else. So that's the standard. You go through the same process, the same regulations, and probably have the same sentencing, the same penalty or more. It's not that you're going to be charged $5,000 for everyone. No, but you're going to have to pay some money. You're going to have to do some time in prison or getting some suspension or some probation time. Now, that will be for law in general. For medical law, it's a little different. You're going to be punished. But most of the time, medical professionals, just because of malpractice, generally, they don't go to prison. They just get a fine, meaning they have to pay some money, and there is licenses or certificates get revoked, meaning they take them away. You can no longer practice the field that you were practicing before, or it can get suspended for certain periods of time. So the whole issue right here is that we have all these laws to protect people, to protect all these individuals, whether it's in the civil war or within, the medical field at any given point in time. And remember, if you don't follow the law, whether it's medical or criminal law or civil law or private law, you're going to receive some type of punishment. You're going to receive some type of punishment. Remember, you can be accountable, paying some money, or else, as I mentioned before. So we put medical law first, then medical law, and then we're going to talk about ethics as well. Now, talking about these medical laws, we have agencies. We have organizations that regulate all these laws in medicine. They're going to decide what is considered a felony, a misdemeanor, or what penalties medical professionals are going to receive if they do not follow these medical laws. So that's basically what it is. The same way that we have all these judiciary, legislative branches of government, that sets apart all these regulations for crimes done and in the civilian world. Well, in the medical, we're also going to have some type of regulations, regulators, and these agencies are in charge to do so. So if you practice without license, these agencies are going to determine what's going to happen to you for doing so, what type of punishment you're going to receive. So that's basically what it is. Now we have these state and federal laws. Most of the licensing are statewide. So we're going to see a little bit later on that we are going to have some type of regulations for all of the professions, medical professions. Of course, we have for any other profession that is not medical, but we're not interested on that. We're going to talk about only regulations that are determined to, punish or just for us to follow, so we can do the right thing. That's basically what it is. These organizations determine what type of training you have to have, what type of certification you're going to get. Remember, medical assistants, you have certain period of time to complete the program. You are required to take certain exams. You are required to practice certain tasks, and you should not go beyond what you learn. So that's basically what it is. So these medical practice acts are organizations that are going to rule what medical providers can do or not, depending on their field of studies, depending of whether you spend a lot of time, many years going to the school versus months, what type of training you receive, and what is it that you are going to be eligible to do. And if you don't do it, then they're going to punish you for that. So that's what we have, laws and regulations. Can you imagine not having these regulations? Everybody will be doing almost anything. They will commit malpractice and then nothing will happen to them. No, you have to be liable for everything that you do, particularly medical professionals in any field. So we have laws, we have ethics, but we have also medical laws, remember. So it's important to know that, for medical, we have a different way of applying these regulations. We're going to see later on how that works out. Ethics. So think about this definition of law, regulations, mandates. By who? By the government. See, you have to get a driver license in order for us, for you, for me, to be able to drive legally in this country. If you get caught without driver license, think about what will happen. So lots of things can happen. They can take your car away. They can give you a fine, which here says, oh, they can write you a ticket. Depends on the circumstances, whether you were sober or not, or under the influence of something, you might end up in jail. So we have laws, regulations. The same applies for individuals who works in the medical. If you are practicing without license, without certificate, you receive a penalty. You're not going to go to jail for that. All depends on the circumstances, but most of the time, no, you're not going to jail as a medical provider, unless something was intentionally done. So that's basically what it is. So we're going to talk about all those things that entails to be abide by the law and abide by ethics. Now remember, law are rules, regulations. And who is mandating those regulations? Who's regulating those? The government. What about ethics? Ethics has nothing to do with law. Ethics has to do with culture. Ethics has to do with wrong or right. So whenever you hear the word wrong or right, has to do with ethics. Ethics is a moral thing. What you think that is right to do or not right to do to someone. That is ethics. And it changes it varies according to your culture, according to where you're coming from, your religion, your beliefs. So when you look at the definition of ethics, always think about morals, right or wrong. Always think about that because that will be the answer. Laws, regulations, mandates, something that you must do. And if you don't do it, you're going to pay a price. Ethics depends, because whatever can be ethical for you depends on your culture, your religion. It might not be good for me. So you think about this. Some people think that having an abortion, it is okay. For others, it is not. Some people can receive blood transfusion. That is okay to save their lives. For other people, it is not. And they rather die than receive the blood transfusion. See, those are beliefs. But some of the things within the medical plays a little bit different role, because in ethics we should do no harm. That's basically what it is. If you do something, I harm you, then it is wrong. If I do something good, then it is right. If I benefit you, that is right. But if I cause you some harm, then that is wrong. So that's basically what it is. These are not laws. Ethics is not a law. Ethics is a moral thing, a cultural thing. So that's basically what it is. So we're going to talk about this, and we're going to, as we move along, we're going to talk about, give you some examples of each of these situations. So that's basically what it is. So your actions, the way that you behave, see, it is unethical. See, ethics, morals, the way that you behave, always related to ethics. Laws is not like that. Laws has to do what you do, not what you do wrong or right. That's not basically what it is. It is if you violate these rules, regulations. So that's basically what we need to understand. So again, if you have a question for ethics, look for an answer that has morals, behavior, or right or wrong. That's basically what it is. If you have a question that they ask you, what is law? Then you have to look for rules, regulations, and government. All of them have consequences when we fail to meet certain rules, certain regulations. We are punished for that. Ethics, sometimes you don't get penalized for it. Depends of your culture. But in the medical, because now it's medical law and ethics, is different, because in medical we have to follow certain regulations and certain morals. So that's basically what it is. So we're gonna see how that plays out. Medical ethics, see, concerns issues related to practice of medicine, because now we are in the medical. This ethics is applicable to the medical. these laws are applicable to medical. So what is it that the medical provider did right or wrong? So we're gonna see mostly what you do wrong, remember, because this is causing harm to your patients by omitting or not doing something, or by going beyond your scope of duty. That's what we're going to be talking about later on, about malpractice. So you don't want to be in any of these situations. So it's going to be a bunch of principles, guidelines of how we have to conduct when we are, holding one of these certificates or licensings in the medical. So that's basically what it is. Because our mission is to help, to care for the sick, not to make them sicker or just ignore what their problems are and not do anything to try to fix it. We're not there to fix everything. There are things that are not fixable. If they are not fixable, so then, we have to do our best just to prevent things from getting worse, from slowing down the process. That's what we do. You're not going to be liable for not fixing something that can be fixed. Oh, the patient comes right here with bullet in their chest. The patient dies. Well, we're not going to be liable for that. The patient already came with something very serious. But it's very different if patient came to our office, we did not do the pertaining evaluations or exams to determine what the patient was having, and we just dismissed the patient, telling them, oh, well, if you feel bad, if you feel bad again, just come back to us, and you don't do the pertaining things that you're supposed to be doing every single time patient comes to your office. Oh, that's nothing serious. And it turns out that it was serious. So that's negligence, right? Which leads to malpractice. So in our field, we have to do the best of our knowledge, or what any other person would do for this person in the same situation. What this medical doctor in Illinois, in Florida, in New York will do if they have a patient with the same picture presentation, meaning patient shows up to the medical office and says, I'm coughing, I have a chest pain, well, you have to do the thorough evaluation. You can't just tell the patient, oh, I think you have the flu. Just go home, drink some water, just get some rest, take pain medications if you feel like you have fever or pain, and you're going to be fine. And it turns out that was something serious. You didn't do anything. You just assume what the patient has. So you omit, you didn't do what a professional in the same level will do, because that's what you learned to do. You just thought that the patient has nothing serious and you just dismiss the patient. And you didn't do anything to prove otherwise. So we are very concerned with the well-being of our patients. So that's basically what it is. It's not that we have to fix them every single time they come to our office. That is not what medical ethics is about. It is taking care of every single situation, but making sure that we follow every single step to make sure that nothing bad or nothing is not reviewed. with the patient. So that's the medical ethics, not missing something because you just was, you didn't care, because you were too busy, because you thought oh, no, this patient is not having that, or because you assumed that the patient would just, making a drama. There was nothing serious. Remember, we're not supposed to be judging our patients. If a patient said, I have chest pain, I have to do all the procedures to make sure that I rule out any conditions with the heart. So that's basically what it is. That's medical ethics. We're not supposed to be kind of, lacking compassion, empathy with our patients due to, or, where are they from, how they look like. See, that's more ethical, more moral. Oh, you look like you don't have money to pay for the services, then I'm not going to give you a good service. That's ethical. I'm not killing you directly. I'm not stabbing you or shooting you, but I'm omitting, I'm not giving you what you need. I'm neglecting your service. So that is ethics, something that is moral. My behavior, I put you down, I talk to you, in very condescending way. That is ethical. Because you're female, I don't take care of you the way that I'm supposed to, because you're poor, because you belong to this particular race or ethnicity. That is ethics. That's ethical. Has nothing to do with laws. Any questions about the difference between law, ethics, and medical ethics? Remember, medical ethics only applies for the medical personnel, for the medical industry. There are other types of ethics in the workplace, whatever the case may be. But we're talking about medical, which is do no harm. Think about this, because these are questions that pumps up in exams. So when you do no harm, it's an ethical part. So that basically is. We can do harm in different ways. Remember, we can omit to do something. We can go beyond our scope of duty and do something, and the consequences are going to be there, because if you don't know how to do it and you try to do it, then what do you expect the consequences are going to be? The results are not going to be what we were expecting. So that's basically what we need to understand. Ethics, morals, right or wrong, has to do with our behavior, our culture. All those things are all, intertwined. Laws, regulations, rules, government, that is going to punish those who break the law, who do not follow the law. Ethics, some of the things you can get away with because, you're going to look at the issue from the behavior or behavioral viewpoint or moral viewpoint. And that's a little difficult to deal with. Because whatever is ethical for you may not be for me. So that's a different issue. But a crime, stabbing someone, shooting someone, that's a different issue. It's being seen the same. You kill someone, well, you're a criminal right there. You did something, you robbed something, you rob. So that is the same crime wherever you're gonna go. But ethical crimes or violations are a little different. So that's what we use ethics based on morals. Remember, morals, behavior, your culture, your beliefs. So that's basically what it is. Rights-based ethics. So again, here we're going to go back to the same principle that we mentioned before. We are worried about the well-being of our patients, those individual rights. We don't have to violate those individual rights. It is a right for a person to receive medical assistance. It is a right. And it is a right for us to give that service. It is a right for the patient to receive compassion, respect, privacy, keep their information confidential. That is a right. That has to do with ethics. And it's not just for some of us or some of them, sort of the individuals. It's for everyone. Everyone should be treated with the same care, with the same dignity as a person. Those are called ethics. So now you probably are, making the difference between something that is not ethical and something that has to do with a crime. Remember, crime is any wrongdoing that you do to an individual and you're going to be abide by the law. If you, once again, you pass the red light, it doesn't matter where you are. Whether you are in this state or the other state, it's the same violation. Ethics is not the same because it depends on the individual's beliefs, not laws that are established for everyone. Those are standardized things. So when I see someone doing this, I know, oh, breaking the law. See, you are smoking in a place that you're not supposed to be smoking. That's the law prohibiting you to do that. It's not an ethical thing. But the way that we behave towards our clients, like discrimination, bias, due to, their physical appearance, their race, their gender, that would be ethics. Ethics. So again, that's something that you need to keep in mind because you need to differentiate between ethics and law. That's what I'm going around the same thing, just to making sure that you grasp the difference between ethics and law. duty-based ethics. So duty is the obligation, the job that we have to do something. That is the duty. And we as medical providers, we have the duty to our patients, the responsibility, the work it is towards our patients. Why? Because we are being paid for it, or because we have license or certificate that mandates that we are taking all these certifications or licensing to help to assist those in need. So that's basically what it is. Focuses on performing duty. That's performing your job, your tasks. Has to do with following your scope of duty, depending on what certifications or licensings or level of training you have. You should not go above or beyond. You should not go beyond or below what you've been trained for. Okay, so good evening, everyone. I haven't seen all of you, so I don't have to give explanations again. This happens. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I ever gonna learn the lesson. Okay, so we're gonna continue with this chapter again. Sorry for the interruption. We were talking about law, ethics, medical ethics. Remember, very important to understand all that. If we don't understand that, then we're gonna be in trouble. So we were talking about the duty-based ethics. Remember, this is a job that we have to our clients, our patients. We have to meet those requirements based on, again, the training that we have. So that's basically what it is. It said right here, focuses on performing your duty, which is doing our job based on our training, based on our certifications. What is it that we are allowed to do, what we should not be doing in our profession. So again, that's what it says right here. Explores conflicting opinions about duty. Remember, what it's trying to tell you is like duty is not just to do a job. It's not just to go ahead and start doing whatever you feel needs to be done. No, it is what your certifications authorize you to do. What is the scope of your training? What is it that you learn? What are certifications or licenses that you have? And if you were trained to do that, then you have the duty to render those services. That's what he mentioned right here. Differs depending on professional role. Of course, you should not be doing as a medical assistant the role of a nurse, meaning you shouldn't be giving medications, administrating medications. That's something that nurses do the most. A physician's assistant, a medical doctor, they have different roles, they have different training, meaning they can do certain things that others can't. So that's basically what explains all these duty-based ethics. Because if you do something that is not within your scope of duty, whether going above or below, then you're violating your code of ethics. Remember, we have to care for our patients. We're supposed to cause no harm. That's basically what it is. So each individual in their own field, in their own training, they are supposed to do what they learn. That's it, nothing more. That's what I'm being telling you, that when a medical doctor, a nurse, your colleagues, whether it's the office manager, there is also a medical assistant. So that's the case in so many situations. Don't listen to what they tell you to do. You should know what your scope of duty is based on your certificate. And you have to see what is it that your medical doctor do and allow you to do within your scope of duty. Your medical doctor do not allow you to do vital signs, but you learn how to do vital signs. But the person who hires you don't want you to do it. Well, you have to abide by those regulations. That's your scope of duty. If you are not abiding by that, then you're violating your code of ethics because you're not supposed to be doing that. Because you were asked not to. The opposite always also applies. If you do something that you're not supposed to, that is not within your scope of duty, then you're going to be liable for some type of punishment. So that's basically what it is. So everybody is going to do whatever they were trained to do. Not more, not less. Remember, not doing what you're supposed to do, then you're failing to accomplish something. So, not good. And doing something that you're not supposed to, it's not good either, because you're going to be doing something that you were not trained to do so. And chances are things are going to go wrong. So that's basically what it is. It's very important that we understand all these definitions, not because you are going to be asked every single question on your test, but how you are going to conduct yourself in your workplace. I've been telling you this all the time. Don't do anything that someone else asks you to do. Because when we start, when we are new, a medical doctor asks you to do something, just the fact that the medical doctor is asking you to do is not because the medical doctor has the right to order you to do that. Some medical doctors do not know what medical assistants do because they are not medical assistants. So they're going to ask you to do not the job of the doctor because they don't want them to do anything about what they do. Nobody wants. As a doctor, I don't want anybody to do my job because that's not how it works. And I'm not going to ask anyone to do something that I do. That doesn't happen. But they're going to ask you to do the nurse's job. And they're going to get you in trouble if you do not know these regulations. So that's the importance about this chapter. Not just, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to be doing this, and if the doctor asks me, well, he's the owner of the office. Yeah, if you do it and something goes wrong, the owner of the office is not going to stick for yourself. The owner of the office is going to throw you under the bus. They're going to say, I never told you to do anything, and who they going to believe? You? I don't think so. They're going to believe the doctor immediately, even if the doctor told you to do something. But if it's not within your scope of duty, you are going to refuse to do it in a very professional way. I'm sorry, doctor. I'm sorry, nurse. But that's not part of my scope of duty. So I can do something else, but I'm not allowed to do that. I don't want to get you in trouble, and I don't want to get myself in trouble. Then immediately they realize that you know exactly what you're doing. They cannot force you to do anything. Nobody can force you to do anything. I have worked with people that, as soon as the doctor tells them to do something, they go and do it. I will not do it because it is not part of my scope of duty. See, I work with people who were nurses in their country. They were doctors in their country, and they were medical assistants here. And they were asked to do things. And they went and do it because they knew how to do it, or at least they thought they knew how to do it. But then if something goes wrong, who's going to pay the consequences? You. Because in the court of law, this is what's going to happen. They're going to ask you 2 questions. That is it. And then they're going to set you guilty. They're not going to even let you do anything else. No need for witnesses, no need for anything. They're going to ask you, okay, can I have your name, please? Oh, my name is Alberto Oye. And what is your title? What job did you do? Oh, I'm a medical assistant. Okay, see? And as a medical assistant, you were taught to administer medications? No, that's it. But the doctor asked me, but no, I don't care. That is irrelevant. You knew your profession, you knew your scope of duty, but you went and do it. It doesn't matter who asking you to do. How are you going to prove it? Bringing the nurse that asks you to do it? Yeah, the nurse asks you to do it. But just because the nurse asks you to do it, you know it's not supposed to be doing it. That's not part of your scope of duty. So you don't do it. Period. See, I'd rather to be fired from a job to do something that can have consequences, can have my certificate, my license to be suspended, revoked. No, it doesn't work. I'm telling you. That is duty-based ethics. You should follow your scope of duty. You should not go above or below what you're supposed to be doing. And nobody's going to fire you just because you don't want to do something that is not part of your scope of duty. And if that happens, you can sue them because they're asking you to do something that you're not supposed to be doing. That is illegal, unethical. So don't be afraid, particularly when you're new. And that's what I'm telling you this. And so you can learn. Stop. So you're not like blindfolded over there. Oh, I don't know. What do you want me to do? Oh, do this. Oh, yeah. And you don't know how to do it. If you're not sure, even though if you are supposed to do something and you're not sure, you don't feel comfortable, confident, that's the better word, to do something, don't do it. Be honest with yourself. We don't have to know it all. You might end up working on a specialty when they're going to do pap smears and you're going to have to assist the doctor. How are you going to assist them? You don't know how to do it. Well, you tell them. Wow, you have to train me. I'm eager to learn all this. I never done it before. That's it. Just because you're female, just because you go through that process, does not imply that you know how to prepare everything that is needed for this procedure. That do not correlate. You know there is a procedure that is done in females, but you don't know what it entails to prepare all the supplies, all the equipment for this procedure. So you will learn it on the job. That is basically what you need to understand. When we get to laboratory procedures, we're going to talk about what you need for that procedure. What is it that you have to prepare? How you set up all the supplies and the equipment that you're going to need for the particular procedure. But the procedure itself is going to be done by the doctor. You're going to be assisting. And whatever the doctor is going to tell you to do or not to do, that is not part of what we teach. Because each doctor has different approaches. So for us, the most important thing is that, we teach you how to set up the table with all the equipment and the supplies that you're going to need for it. And then the doctor is going to train you, is going to command you to do something. So I don't know how the doctor wants to do the procedure, whether they're going to ask you to assist directly or just stand there and whenever I need something, you just ask for it. So that's basically what it is. There are many, many procedures that you're going to be encountering in your workplace that you are going to learn it there. And you do it once, you do it twice, next thing you know how to do it. Just have to focus on it and, take notes how things are done. For everything else, it's plain and simple. Is if you end up working with an specialist. Some of the medical doctors do certain procedures. Some others don't do anything. The only thing that they do is blood, urine, EKGs, vital signs. That's it. And those things we practice in this class, in this program. Everything else, you just need to just be willing to learn. Remember, I'm always been telling you, get along with one of your colleagues and shadow them. What are you going to do? Oh, I'm going to assist the doctor with the pap smear. Oh, do you think that I can shadow you? Do you think that I can go there and see how you do it? Ask the medical doctor. They are the one who has control over the procedures. excuse me, sir, Dr. A, B, C, or D. Oh, you're gonna do a procedure, you're gonna be doing a pap smear. Say yes. Can I be present over there so I can see how my colleague, my coworker does it, so I can learn how to do it. So next time that you need some assistant, I can be your assistant. To be honest with you, 99% of the time, they're gonna say yes. Why? Because what if this medical assistant is not available there, but you are? So then you can be their assistant. So don't be afraid. It's better to ask that to do something wrong and then get yourself into an issue in a situation that you definitely didn't have to be, but you put yourself into it. So that's basically what it is. So duty-based ethics. Remember, do what you were trained to do. Period. Nothing else. Not more, not less. And always try to learn something, some other techniques. I've been learning every single day, learn something new. And I learn it from my students, from my boss, from people on the streets, from depends of, what's going on. So we're learning continuously. In our workplace, we have to do that. Continuously being up to date in our profession. What's new? And you're going to be encountering a lot of things that are new for you. Lots of procedures. Dealing with all these reality situations, like your patient is upset. When we talk about here, how you manage a patient who is angry, who is combative. Well, we see it like, oh, yeah. I just, tell them, oh, please come to this place. Well, the patient might not want to follow you. The patient might try to physically, harm you. Who knows? A lot of things. It's just for you to give you an idea of the things that we should do to fix the problem. But it's not that it's going to work 100% all the time. Nothing works 100%. Nothing is perfect. For some of the patients might work, for some others might not. So that's basically what we need to understand. Gotta be real. This is the real world. We do our best, and even though if we do our best, things do not come out the way that we were expecting. Still, we're gonna keep composure, we're gonna keep professionalism, regardless. I trained someone on the job in good faith, and the person took my job. See, I did it because I wanted to do it, because I was in that situation before, and somebody helped me, and I learned. Now I have the opportunity to teach someone else, but things happens. Oh, now I'm not gonna teach anyone. No, I'm gonna keep on doing the same thing because I don't take anything personal. Probably it was meant to be. I didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, that's life. That's the real life. So you're not expecting any of this to happen to you, but it happens. And it happens more often than you think. So for that reason, law and ethics, communication, respect to our patients, being empathetic, those plays a huge role in how things are going to develop when we start working. So you got to pay attention to all of these. It might sound like a little details, it might sound like that's not a big deal, but actually It is. All this is more important than just drawing blood, collecting urine, doing an EKG. This is more important. You're drawing blood, you miss the vein, you couldn't collect the blood, the EKG got all messed up, you didn't do right. No, nothing is gonna happen. Nothing. Just the doctor is gonna say, hey, take another one. Or call someone else to draw the blood. Or probably the machine is not working, something is not working. The consequences are not the same. So things happens. Even though if you are the greatest, excellent employee, someone might not want you. Someone might have someone else in mind. And here we go. You're out. Don't take this personal. Just think that that's how the world is. Today we're here, tomorrow we are somewhere else. Interpersonal ethics. Remember, we talk about interpersonal communication, right? Well, these are ethics applied to this interpersonal communication. Remember, inter means in between. In order for me to have communication, I have to have someone else. At least someone else. But I can be communicating with tons of people. Respect. So think about this. If you don't give respect or you don't receive respect, you're not going to be happy about it. These are considered ethics. Oh, you disrespect me, so I'm going to send you to jail. Well, usually it doesn't happen because freedom of speech, right? But in the medical, it's like disrespecting someone, meaning you don't care about them. So that's basically what it is. So you have to give respect to people. You gotta respect them if you want them to respect you. Integrity. Remember, so you have to be faithful to your profession. So if you learn something, apply what you learn. Do not do anything to jeopardize who you are. Do not steal anything from your work. When I'm talking about stealing, it comes to time. People steal time. You might say, oh no, this professor is a little wacko. What do you mean, who's going to steal time? How can you steal time? Well, not doing your job and spending too much time in the bathroom, on the phone, not doing the task that you're supposed to be completing, just wandering around, hiding yourself somewhere, taking long breaks. That's lack of integrity. Think about that. All the things that you could do all this time, but you didn't do it. Honesty. Also, all these characteristics, traits, so to speak, are intertwined. So you gotta be honest. You're not gonna tell the patient that you are they call you a nurse, and then you keep on moving like you don't say anything. Remember, that's illegal. You have to be honest with yourself. Yeah, I'm a medical assistant. What's the problem? That can actually refrain the patient from asking you things that you shouldn't be, that you're not allowed to do. Because the patient thinks that, everybody in the medical have the answers that they need. You're not telling them, oh, no, I'm just a medical assistant, so think about it. I don't know all that. No, you're not gonna say it like that. No, I'm sorry, but you know what? You're gonna ask these questions to the doctor. Let me see if the doctor's available when you go to see the doctor, or if it is something related with something that the nurse can answer. Well, then you you just pass this to someone else. That's being honest who you are, who you represent over there in the medical. Fairness. All the time we complain about, oh my God, that's not fair. We always complain about that. Nothing is fair in life. But with our patients, we have to do our best because it's our duty, it's our job. Maybe you don't want to give up the seat, to someone on the bus, in the train. That's fine. But in our workplace, because you're not being hired to be there, you're not receiving a pay, a salary to be inside the train or the bus. So it is your ethical part that decides whether you're going to give up your chair to someone else who need it or not. But in our workplace, we have to be fair. So if this patient came first, this patient should be seen first. But if this person is sicker, then this patient should be seen first, even though if the patient came after. That's being fair. If this person, as a medical assistant, is making $20 an hour, it is fair that me, as a medical assistant, make the same $20 an hour. If I work 8 hours in my place, it is fair that I deserve vacation time by the time, that I have accrued, my sick days, things like that. It is fair. For the patients, it is fair to give them respect, to respect their dignity, their privacy, their confidentiality. See, all these traits are intertwined. They are not synonyms, not 100%, but sometimes we can use them interchangeably. Empathy. Remember, empathy kind of encircles every single characteristic that is there, which means, do to others what I would like to be done to myself. So understanding what the patient is going through. Am I being in the same situation? Am I in the same situation of this patient? What I would do? What I would like them to do to me? We demand a lot of stuff, but when somebody asks for it, then we don't like it. It's the same thing. Just put yourself on the other side of the aisle and you will understand. They always use this old saying, put yourself on the patient's shoes. If you do that, you're definitely going to understand. See yourself like in a mirror. Look at the patient as seeing yourself. Is that the way that you want to be treated, or you would like to be treated differently? Remember the difference between empathy and sympathy. Sympathy, on the other hand, you are not feeling what you're feeling. Feeling sympathy is feeling sorry for the person. You're not actually giving them anything. Empathy, you're treating them with compassion, with dignity, with respect, with care. Sympathy is just telling the person, that you feel bad, that you feel sorry about what they're going through. So that's basically what it means. For example, patient comes over or your colleague tell you, oh, listen, they told me that, today's my last day. I'm not going to be working here anymore. So in other words, you've been fired. You've been dismissed. Then you're going to tell the person, wow, feel sorry to hear that. That is sympathy. Patient tell you that, the loved one just passed away. You're going to tell them, I feel sorry for you. Oh, I feel sorry to hear that. My condolences to you and to your family. So whenever you find yourself in this situation when you have to give this type of reply to your patients or to whoever else, it is called sympathy. Pay attention to these terms because this sympathy, empathy, compassion comes in exams. So you as a medical assistant or as a medical provider, you have to have all these qualities, all these characteristics. Compassion, remember, it's not that you're feeling sorry for the person. No, you're feeling bad for the patient, but you're doing something to fix it. Sympathy, you're feeling sorry for the patient, but you're not doing anything to fix it. Oh, just my ex or my husband or my son, oh, they just passed away. You're not going to bring them back. In compassion, you're going to do something to make them feel better. By telling me that you feel sorry for me, that's not making me feel any better. But with compassion, yes, because you not treat me well. You care about me. You're dedicating your time, you're focusing on my issue right now. You're doing your best. You're assisting me. You offer your assistance. You help me out to move to the table, out the table. You were very careful when you were doing something. You put the needle and you try not to harm me. Try to draw my blood at once. Did not apply the tourniquet too tight. You're an elderly. You have to be even more, and with child. We always have to have compassion, meaning we want to do the best that we can to assist the patient. That the moment that this person is sharing with us, they feel that they have gratitude for you, that you are actually helping me, you're actually assisting me from your heart, not because you just have a job to do, like you're being forced to it, like you are acting to it. That is not real compassion. You have to understand what the patient is going through and then says, I will do my best to make them feel a little better. Every little thing that we do, it's not that it's going to fix the problem, but it's not going to make the things worse. So that's basically what it is. Loyalty, you have to be loyal to your job. Come on time, leave on time, do the duties that you were supposed to do, and to your patient the same. Do the thing that you learn the best of your knowledge for better results. So we have to be loyal to people. It's like, with your friends. Oh, they told me something and then I'm spreading the gossip to everybody else. That's not being loyal to someone. The person trusted you, so these patients are trusting us. We have to do our best because we're gonna keep this relation. Because if something happened, remember, we're gonna have a lawsuit. Now, I mention lawsuit most of the time, but I don't want you to do something because you don't want to be sued, because that is a different issue. I'm not doing it because I feel it, but because I don't want to face the consequences. This is like 60% of the population in the world do a job because they just want to get a paycheck, not because they like what they're doing. And that's why they are not honest, they are not fair, they don't have respect, they don't have integrity, they don't have empathy, they don't have compassion, they're not loyal. Nothing, none of this applies when you do something or when you don't like what you're doing, when you're being forced to do something. It's not like somebody's pointing you with the gun and says, hey, do this. No, but it's a job that you don't want to be doing. And you do whatever you can do when there's somebody seeing you just because you want to receive this check at the end of the week. So when we do something, it has to do because something that we really want it. And even though if we don't want it, do the best that you can. I have a job when I was here for the first time. I never expected my life to work in a factory, but I did. It was for a few months. I was the employee of the month. And it was something that I have never worked in my life before. It was my first job and it was in this country. And guess what? I did my best. I said, well, this is going to pay my bills. I'm going to earn some money because nobody's going to just hand it to me. Every day, I know I was like, I wish I have something better. Hey, but I was new in this country. So I said, hey, at least I got something. There are some people that don't have what I have right now. And they probably wish they could. And I do. I have it. So I did my best. Now, instead of complaining, instead of, blaming everybody else for my misfortune, so to speak, I did what I have to do. I went to school. I learned what I have to learn. And then I moved to another job and another job because I want to be where I wanted to be. Because I always think about me. Remember, I don't take it personally. Not at all. This is paying my bills. I'm going to do the best that I can. I'm not going to close the door. See, never burn your bridges because you never know. You might need to come back there. You need a recommendation. But I don't do it because of that. I do it because I really want to do this job. They gave me the opportunity. I'm going to do my best. That's being honest. You do the things that you were paid for. That's how you have to do. Yeah, they gave me a bunch of stuff because I was fast doing stuff. So they said, oh, here more. Instead of getting upset, actually, I was feeling good. I said, well, if they give me more jobs because they see that I can do it, that I'm good at it, instead of seeing the negative part. Oh, no, what these people thinking? Oh, no, now I'm going to slow down. No, I wasn't that I was too fast. It's just that I did the things the right way and they came out like that. So that's having, some type of ethics in your workplace. You had to do it regardless. Because remember, whatever I'm doing, this is something that someone is going to use. Someone is going to eat. Someone else is going to benefit from whatever I do. If I don't give my 100% on that particular product, then the quality is not going to be good. So we have to think, what I'm doing, and if what I'm doing is going to benefit someone else. And in this case, our patients. Again, I don't need to make a drama. I don't need to fake anything. I don't need to act with my patient because I see it that way. And when you see it that way, it's going to be a lot easier for you. Then you're not going to feel like you're being forced to do something. And you're not going to be kind of bored in that job, thinking that something else should be better for you. Yeah, something else is going to be better for you. But if you're handling this right now and you're not doing your best, will make you think that, something else is going to be better for you. So very important about these interpersonal ethics, because this is what we are going to project to our patients. So don't forget, patients are watching you. Patients are kind of scanning you. They see for your body language, your facial expressions, the tone of your voice, when you do something, when you say something. And then the patient is going to respond in a certain way, and probably you're not going to like it. But it's because they're perceiving something from you. So don't take it personal. We are humans. Sometimes we are not in a good mood. But don't make that a habit, because it's actually going to affect your performance in your job. All those things is for you to understand them. It's not just to learn the terms, it's to apply them. Because if you don't apply them in your workplace, so this is just like reading something. Oh, respect, yeah, whatever. Oh, what about integrity, honesty? Why should I be honest? These people is not paying me enough. Oh, these people wants me to be fair. Who's fair with me? If you start thinking like that, then you're not gonna go any farther, because you are going to be, stressed out about the world, about the things that are going around you. And the problems is within, not on the outside. So we have tried to fix that. Do your job the best that you can, particularly for our patients. Think about it. Independently of how the patient treats us, we should follow all these interpersonal traits, ethics. Okay, so it's just this patient that they put over there that is getting the dialysis. You know what is dialysis, right? This is for patients who have kidney failure. The kidneys, which are the filters of the body. Remember anatomy and physiology? We talk about this. And we talk about dialysis. So this patient, this machine right here is a dialyzer. This one's a dialyzer. And the process is called dialysis because, see, this patient has this shunt right here, these tubes attached to this machine. So all the blood that passes through the kidneys right here is gonna go right here through these veins, and it's gonna go out to this machine. This machine acts as a kidney, it's a filter, and it's gonna return the blood to another tube back to the blood flow. That is clean. That is remove all these wastes. So that's basically what it is. Of course, this patient who's there is not a patient. He's an actor. He's just portraying. This is not a real patient. You can see in his face, like he doesn't look sick at all. Patient who's in dialysis is going to be yellow. Skin is going to be yellow. It's going to be very skinny. So nothing like this. But once again, we have to have compassion for these people. Remember, compassion is not feeling sorry. That's not what I meant. That's not at all. Compassion is having feelings and says, oh my God, how can you imagine if that was me? Can you imagine if that was a member of my family? I wouldn't want to be in that situation. So I'm going to do whatever I can to make this person feel good when they are here under my care. That's what we have to do and think about. Not, oh my God, now I have to go take care of this person. Now it's always the same. It's giving me a hard time. You already spoiled your time, your minutes, your hour, thinking about what's going to happen to the patient when it still doesn't happen. Just because you were asked to do this in advance, you're already getting frustrated. No, just go to your job, do whatever you have to do, the best that you can do. Believe me, you're going to be fine. You're going to enjoy whatever you're doing. And if you don't like it, remember, you have choices. Train yourself, get more education, take other courses, and go for what you want, because that's the way it is. See, I started as a medical assistant. I didn't know, I never thought about going to medical assistant because in my country, we don't have that. But when I did this program, I was so happy. And when I entered the medical field to do the internship, and they hired me right after, start doing my internship, hey, I was super happy. Then I put myself back in school and I said, I know that this should not be the end. But when I'm here, I'm going to do my best because everything that I learned as a medical assistant, I use it for my profession. See, all of this, it was very helpful. And it's helpful now that I'm not practicing medicine. So you see, you never know where you're going to end up. And things happen for a reason. So just because you don't like this type of job, maybe it's not just what you've been doing. Maybe it's the people that you are surrounded by. But your patience should not take the toll. You should not kind of take it out. Project your frustrations on your patient. That's not healthy for you, neither for the patient. Particularly when we deal with the elderly, believe me, dealing with the elderly is a lot worse than dealing with the little kids. So if you start working in a job and your job is to take care of the elderly, you definitely need to have most of these traits: compassion, patience. You have to be very empathetic because they are not easy to deal with. Their thoughts are flying continuously. They recognize you 1 second, they, threaten you the next second. So again, it's just a matter of understanding how human behavior acts in certain special circumstances. But if we will not prepare mentally to work in this type of environments, then, or you prepare or you look for something else. Because remember, it's you that you're going to have a hard time adapting yourself, not knowing what you're going to do. And if you know it, good. That goes now for your jobs. When you apply for a job, learn about the job description before you take that job. See, 99% of the population take a job regardless. I just need a paycheck. We mentioned that already. If you go with that mentality, probably you're going to be disappointed. Take it as an opportunity if that's what you want to do. See, I don't like to deal with children. I don't, because it's not the children's problem, it's the parents. I learned that when I started working in pediatrics. So I said, no, as much as I love the kids, have nothing to do anything personal with them, but the interference from the parents, that I was like, no, can deal with this. I deal with adults, not a problem. So you choose where you want to go. Learn what practice is it that you're going to be working for. Know how many people are you going to be working up there. This is what's called law and ethics, because I'm teaching you what you should supposed to be doing, what's supposed to be asking. Do your research. Don't just land into a job and then the first day that you start, you're not happy about it. We are in the process of learning. So take the first experiences and then you compare. What is it that you want to do? In which environment you want to be? But if you already know that you don't want to deal with little kids, don't take a job in pediatrics. If you don't want to deal with the elderly, don't take a job taking care of elderly or, assisting doctors with elderly patients. Because if you don't feel comfortable, you're just going to do a bad job over there and you're going to have a bad experience. So look for something that you feel comfortable doing it and that you're probably going to be doing it for quite some time. Don't say, oh, no, I just need this because, oh my God, I just need to get some money. Because then you're not going to be happy on that job. Probably you're not going to last. So be careful with all this. Workplace issues, we talk about this, privacy and confidentiality. You're going to be interacting with the patients. You're going to be collecting patients' personal, private, personal information, protected information. Remember, anything that has the name of the patient on it, anything that identifies the patient is patient's or personal protected information. So you gotta make sure that you're not only keeping the patient's information and the patient's privacy, but also that information needs to be confidential, not to disclose anything that you receive information from the patient to someone else who has nothing to do with the care of that patient. And that includes your colleagues. If they are not the ones that are assisting the medical doctor, are interacting with the patient, they don't need information for them to do something with the patient, then you don't need to tell them. If you collect some information, the doctor is the only one who needs to know. Other than that, you will be violating confidentiality or the privacy. Workplace free from sexual harassment. Now, this is probably for you. Nobody should be making unwanted advances towards you. Unwanted means that you do not like them. You do not accept any of the comments or any of the situations that are going, around you. Remember, this is sexual. It can be work harassment, meaning someone put you to work overtime without paying you, leaving late, coming earlier than usual. You're not following your regular hours. They keep you there as if you were a slave, overloading you with work, with someone else's, when, the rest of the people are doing the regular hours and they just come on time and they leave on time and you're still there. So that will be some type of harassment, but in the world, really. Sexual means is, statements that are done towards you. Somebody touches you without your consent, or they say things to you that you're not interested. If somebody calls you honey and you don't want to be called honey, you should call their attention. Excuse me, my name is not honey. My name is this. So don't give them the opportunity to advance whatever they are planning to do, because they might think that if you don't say no, that you actually accept it. Remember, in order for you to have a case of sexual harassment, is done, you say no. You stop them. I want you to stop. I don't want you to call me names. I don't want you to get too close to me. I don't want you to bring me anything. I'm not interested. Now, somebody's giving you things and you accept it, and then they want to go out with you, and then you don't want it, and now you open the door for that. Your boss should not be telling you, well, if I'm going to pay you more if you stay extra hours, or, well, let's go out for a drink later on, blah, blah. If you know that can get you in trouble, so you better stay away from this. Remember, I mentioned before, we go to work, we don't go to, looking for girlfriend, boyfriend. Sometimes happens, right? But that's not something that you should do with the purpose of. So that's better sometimes to stay away from all these things. Remember, if you don't like something, you should stop and say no. Because in the court of law, you accepted something from the person. And then when they just got the last talk on you, then you're going to speak up. Too late. You allow all these to happen to you. Whenever you start working in a hospital, in a large organization, you're going to get a class for sexual harassment. That might be online, it might be presential, and then you have to complete some quizzes. And they give you a certificate that you took this, because it's going to go through all the things that I'm telling you. Just a comment that someone is making, a guy talking about what he's doing with his girlfriend, or what he do to women in front of you or on your back that you can hear them, or watching something on their cellular phone and, explicit, that's sexual harassment. So if you don't feel comfortable, you have to bring it to attention to that person in particular. Hey, stop. I do not appreciate that you doing that. Remember, people just start saying things and thinking that is a joke, that's funny, but they have a second intention behind that. And if you think that bothers you, go ahead and stop them so they don't continue. Because remember, if you allow them for any reason, you don't say anything, and you wouldn't have a case, and somebody fires you, and then you're going to say, well, they fired me because that is retaliation, because they were doing this and I'm asking them to stop. Too late. You allow them to do a lot of things and you didn't say anything. So remember, we have the right to have a free working environment without harassment, without any of these troubles. But it's up to us. If we don't do anything to stop, then there is not much they can do for us. Believe me, this happens a lot. The Ethics Committee. Now, what is the Ethics Committee? Well, this is a group of people within the organization, whatever organization may be. In the medical are doctors, nurses, social workers. So that's the Ethics Committee. So what is it that they're going to do? When they have a situation, a case that the Ethics Committee needs to get together, evaluate the issue, and come out with, a decision. So let's say, for instance, you got involved in some issues right there with your coworker. You weren't supposed to be having a relationship with someone in the workplace because your contract says that, but you violate it. So before they dismiss you, before they put you in probation, before they do something, the Ethics Committee is going to get together and it's going to decide what your fate is going to be. That's basically what it is. Now, let's put it on the side of the patient. There was a malpractice lawsuit, or there is a situation where neglect was committed, and they heard around that a lawsuit might be coming soon. So the Ethics Committee gets together to discuss what happened and how they're going to prepare to deal with this issue. They're probably going to call the patient. They're probably going to try to do something to minimize the problem. So you have to minimize whatever it is. Try to fix it. A patient is going for a surgical procedure, but the patient is not mentally competent. So the patient cannot make decisions for themselves. So no one else is there, or a family member is against the patient going for this procedure. The Ethics Committee gets together, gonna discuss the case, and they're gonna make the best decision for the patient. That's basically what it is. So the Ethics Committee is good because it is based on issues and ethical issues. So right there contains a variety of members from many healthcare disciplines. Once again, they have the medical assistant, they have a nurse, they have a PA, or they had a nurse practitioner, they had a medical doctor. It has to be someone from there. This is like the board at your building, the board of representatives. It is people from the same building that gets together whenever something is going on, discuss what they're going to do, what's the best solution, and then going to come out with that. So that's basically what it is. So whenever something is going on with the patients, with the employees, with a situation that's related to this situation, an ethical issue, they're going to get together. So they have some policies, some guidelines that we have to follow. And if they are not in place because they never encountered this situation, they're gonna add it to their policies if something else happens. Because remember, in order for us to know how to solve something is done, we have encountered that we have a precedent about that situation prior. So that's basically how all this plays out. So an ethics committee is very important. So keep it in mind, ethics committee, what they do, because in the medical, for questions in your exam, might be related to a patient refusing to do a life saving procedure, or a patient who is mentally incapacitated. So instead of saying, well, the patient is not giving us a consent, so we're not going to do anything. Or we're just going to do something. No, a group of these people is going to get together and it's going to take the best decision for the patient, for the practice. So that's basically what the ethics committee does. So we have the opinion of every single level, depending on what the situations are. So everybody has the same. Quality assurance. Now think about this quality. So usually has to do how our office, our business are performing. How many lawsuits do we have this year, this month, for the past 5 years? Are we meeting all the requirements to keep ourselves accredited? Our personnel is qualified to do what they're doing. Is everybody has a license or certificate? Are those licenses and certificates are active? That is basically what quality assurance is all about. And if we don't follow quality assurance, that means, we're going to get graded. Remember, like those restaurants, like the buildings nowadays, because I can see outside of, on my building, at the entrance of the lobby, I see that now they put in a grading notice how they performing. What is the quality of services that we are providing to our patients? And that has to do with complaints, lawsuits, people dying in the hospital, people waiting too long in the waiting area, or any other services, the equipment, whether the equipment is working, not working. So that's basically what quality assurance is all about. You need to make sure that your office has all the equipment, that the facility, that the elevators are working, that we have ramps for patients with physical disabilities, that we have signs everywhere that is guiding us where to go, just in case of fire or some unforeseen catastrophic event. So that's checking quality assurance. This is making sure that everything is running smoothly, that nothing wrong is going to happen, because we are kind of checking. It's not that it's not going to happen, but we are preventing from happening because we are on top. We are making sure that everything is working smoothly. That's going to, it says right there, examine results. So yeah, I'm examining the results of all this implementation that we're doing in our building, in our facility. Patients are complaining, someone took care of that. Okay, how is now? Are more complaints about the same issues still coming in, or what that fix? The facility itself. So again, do we have all the professionals that we need? Are we short of staff? Remember, particularly nurses and medical doctors, we have a shortage on that. We don't have enough doctors. We don't have enough nurses. So when we don't have enough doctors, enough nurses, what's going to happen to the outcome of the patient condition? Not too good, because a nurse has to take care of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 patients. And those are the patients that the doctor has to take care of too, when we don't have enough people working. So chances for negligence, abandonment are going to be very high. So for something that happens to our patients, it's going to be, not good. So we're going to compare this information against two standards, remember. And a standard is something that it is being applied. See, the standards of our school. Start the class at this time, finish at this time, cover this material, give exams, give these practicals depending on the module. Those are standards. We have to meet those standards. Well, hospitals do the same. Any industry, regardless of what they sell or offer, what services they have, we have to keep some standards, and we compare with those standards. See, your grading scale is 1 to 100. 70 is the passing grade, so we have standards. So if you got more than 70, you pass. If you have less than 70, you fail. So we don't want to fail, right? So we're going to meet those standards, being within 70 and 100. It's just for you to give, a better, clear example of what we're talking about here. Because in the medical field, well, there's lots of standards that we have to meet. But we are talking about, how do we treat our patients? How do we care about our patients? See, think about restaurant. It's not following quality assurance. That means that the products that they use, they are not prepared correctly. They are not kept, safe in the refrigerator. Things that are expired. So that's basically what it is. So now you become sick after you eating their food. People are now washing their hands when they preparing this, when they handling these products, these foods that are going to be consumed by someone else. Here we're dealing with the patients not doing the right thing, having professionals who are not licensed to do that, or with the license expired, or just putting someone in there because we don't have someone else, so someone else is going to do the job. So an unqualified person doing the job of a qualified person. Not good, because the consequences are going to be there. So that's what you need to evaluate. So this is the quality assurance meeting. Remember, they are discussing what problems, what issues we have, and we need to solve them. See, when these patients fills out a complaint, these complaints are going to go to the complaint department, and a group of people, let's assume that this is the one, are going to go all these complaints and see what are the most common complaints and what are the consequences of these complaints if we don't do anything to fix it. So complaints are not good. If you don't fix it, sooner or later, they're going to catch up onto you. Then probably it's going to be too late. So that's basically what everything in our organizations are continually, being evaluated. Remember, hospitals needs to be accredited every 3 years by the Joint Commission. So if all these complaints of whatever is going on within, patients and staff is not fixed, when the Joint Commission comes over, they're going to see all these when they review the medical records, when they review the credentials of the people that is working there. They're going to review whether they have enough people to work in that particular place, the facility itself, whether are you working in good conditions or not. So they're going to evaluate every single detail, not just the physical, but also, the personal. And they're going to make a decision whether they're going to give you some time to fix the problems, or they're going to suspend you, or they're just going to close your business. This is a serious matter. This is not something that, oh, well, ain't happening. No, it happens. This happens a lot. That was like in 2000s, something in 2000, something happens. All these bunch of hospitals that will close. As far as I recall, like out top of my head, like 7 hospitals I remember here in New York. I know there are more, but these are the ones that I remember. They closed it down because they didn't meet all this quality assurance. Medical etiquette. Remember, we have etiquette, telephone etiquette, how we should be answering the phone, how we should be talking to the clients. When I said clients, involves anyone, any individual that calls our office. So I wouldn't say that these are rules. I might say that these are policies. Because remember, etiquette is not a rule. So it should be a policy. Because policies are something that are done to make sure that, we kind of abide by some regulations, not actually a rule, but yes, on standard regulations, policies, because it says right there, standards of professional behavior, because this has to do with ethics. How we kind of establish relationships in between employees and the patients. This is very important. We have certain relationship with our patients, but this is not a friendship. That's not what I'm talking about. We have business relationship. So later on during these chapters, we're going to cover contracts, which is, the contract that I have with my patient. I render my services, the patient takes my services, accept my services, and the patient pay for my services. And I have to give you something in return, my services. So medical etiquette, here we go back again to, the telephone etiquette that I was mentioning. Telephone calls from one medical doctor to another should be taken promptly. So those are medical etiquettes, how we deal with our patients, within our staff, and how we communicate with others. So we have to have certain guidelines, certain policies, not rules. Rules are kind of imposed. It's like more serious. That's like law. But that's basically right. So some things that, make look good your company. See, you dress for success. When you go for an interview, you're going to follow a dress code, an etiquette. That's the way that you're supposed to be dressing for an interview, depending on the job that you're gonna get. But most of the time, in a professional environment, you have to be professional. How we have to deal with our patients? We have to deal with them with a professional demeanor. That's basically how it works. Any questions about this introduction to medical law and ethics? Remember, law, rules, regulations, and these are, written or regulated by the government. Ethics, behaviors based on culture. These are wrong or right doings. Behaviors, remember, wrong or right. So whenever you have ethics, wrong or right, behavior, culture, beliefs, anything that goes away from law. And medical law has to do these medical law that apply to medical people for doing or not doing their job. So we have laws that you have to follow. And if you don't do it, you're going to pay the consequences. All right. Any questions? So we're going to take a break. And when we come back, then we're going to continue with another chapter very related to this. So repetition, repetition, repetition. So you're going to kind of, recall all this information. It's not going to be gone soon. Okay, so let's come back at 7:40. Enjoy your break. I will see you when you come back then. All right. Good. Later. Okay, so we are back. I hope you guys enjoy your break. Okay, any questions? Oh, I'm just gonna remind you that I sent you the exam for medical office procedures and the PowerPoint presentation for this as well, okay? So just in case someone didn't receive it or anything like that, let me know. Okay. So we're gonna
Professor,
continue.
question.
Go ahead.
When do we have to turn that in?
You have until Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm giving you a little time because our times I'm being hard lately with a lot of stuff going on. So I'm giving you time. So it says right there, read the email. It says right there, just you turn it back. The latest should be by the 10, I believe. That's Sunday. Okay. All right. So let's continue with this medical law and ethics. We're going to talk about now the physician-patient relationship. So how do we get about creating this relationship? Well, this is a contract, and contracts can be implied or it can be written or expressed. So we're going to talk about that. So the patient stops by our office or for any reason and wants to receive our services. If we accept the patient, immediately the fact that we are offering services, patient takes the services, patient is going to pay us for those services, we have a relationship right there. Now, there are different picture presentation settings in which there is no patient relationship. We're going to talk about that when we get there. Let's talk about these patients that comes in regular basis when we have established patients. So we have a relation. This is a physician's medical doctor patient's relationship. There's got to be some type of services that we provide that the patient needs. Now we enter into this contract. That is basically what happened. We're going to talk about what do we have. There is an obligation for the medical doctor to accept every single patient that comes to our office. Yes or no? We're going to discuss that because it's very important to understand this because we're going to talk about patients' rights, patients' responsibility, medical doctors' rights, medical doctors' responsibilities. We have responsibilities towards our patients, and our patients have responsibilities towards the services that they receive from us. So again, this is not one-way street. This is two-way street. So the patient, remember, this is like two-way communication. In order for you to communicate, you have to communicate with someone else. So you talk to this person, the person, if understand what you're talking to them, they're going to respond back to you. Here, the patient needs services. We offering services. Now I accept the patient. Now we create a relationship. That's basically what it is. Very simple. Now, how are we going to keep this relationship active? It's a different issue. You have to meet certain criteria. Physician-patient relationship. So it says right here, because it's a contract, should both agree to form a relationship. For there be to be a contract for services. Now, again, it says right here, implied contract. Well, that can be implied or it can be written. Because we're going to see later on the type of contracts that we're going to have. Now, this is implied at the moment of the relationship. But when the patient fills out this registration form, the patient is going to sign on the bottom of this form after this form is completed. But at the bottom of the page, you have a clause right there. It has a paragraph that reads that you, the patient, are obliged to pay for the services that the medical doctor is going to render to you if the insurance doesn't pay or the insurance pays partially. You are responsible for the balance. So when you sign, you are accepting the contract. So it's not just that we talk and say, yes, we can take new patients, and then we register those patients and the doctor sees them. Well, that's the first step. But you actually signing a document. They're not signing it when they walk in and they said, I want to make an appointment or I want to see the doctor, whatever the case may be. So again, just the fact that the doctor accepted this patient to be part of, their patients in this particular office, now we have a contract, which is considered implied because it was first just requesting for it. But then becomes express because you're going to sign a paper. Remember, that is the key. The patient does not know that this is a written contract. But by signing this document, because we are going to make sure that the patient understands what they're signing, they just sign a contract with us. But there is a contract that can be dissolved, not breached, dissolved at any time. The doctor can decide to remove you from your list, from your relationship, if you will, or the patient decides to terminate this relationship. So either of the parties can do the call. So that's basically what it is. So it says right here, under contract for services, patients can expect the medical provider to receive medical services as long as it's needed or as long as necessary. So that's basically what it is. So when I request for services from this particular medical doctor, or you request services for this particular doctor for the first time, and he or she accepts you or their client or as their patient, now this relationship now has to be fulfilled, meaning you have to meet certain criteria, certain requirements. I have to take care of you until something happens, until you decide not to continue with my services, or me as the medical provider decide to remove you from my list of my friends, so to speak. So that's basically what it is. When the patient receives our services, the patient has to be honest, has to be truthfully. If you're not truthfully to us, that means that you're keeping some information to yourself that can be vital, that can be crucial for your care. For instance, I mentioned this before, I'm just going to remind you. When the patient are asked about medical conditions, whether related to the patient or to the family members, if you are aware of those conditions, you should not omit this information when asked, when requested. So you have to provide as much information about medical history, whether it's your medical history, your family history, your social history. Oh, I do not smoke, but you do smoke. I do not drink, but you do drink. I do not do these illegal drugs, but I do. So then, not good, because you're not telling me the truth. Because now I'm putting aside, because you told me you don't do alcohol, you don't do drugs, you do not smoke, and you come here coughing. But because you don't smoke, I'm gonna look for something else. So I'm gonna do more work. I'm gonna order tests that probably are unnecessary because you just didn't tell me the truth. And then I'm gonna put you through all these examinations, procedures. For which reason? Not good. So patients needs to tell us the truth. And not to you, not to the medical assistant, but to the medical doctor. So when we're collecting that information, one of the things that we're going to tell our patient is, your information is going to be kept private, confidential. We're not going to disclose your information unless 2 reasons. We need to disclose this to another medical provider that needs to treat you, and they need to know this information. Or if this information is needed for some other reasons. Remember, if we are going to share this information, it has to be with the personnel that is dealing with the patient's medical condition and for insurance purposes. So we have to disclose this information to our patients. We have to tell them what are we going to do with this information, what information is going to be released, and in which circumstances the information is going to release, and to who we're going to release this information. It's not that we're going to release it to anyone, to the family, or whatever else. So we got to be very honest with our patient so they can be honest with us, keeping privacy, confidentiality. Remember, if the patient doesn't tell us that they have a family member that suffered or died from any type of conditions, including cancers, well, that's gonna limit me the chances of adding this to possibly risk factors that you may have. So if you don't tell me the family member has this condition, you probably are gonna be running, into the same situation, but because you omitted, you did not disclose that information to me, now I'm not gonna do a procedure or a screening test to check for something prior, before things happens. So that's basically what getting this information is important. So that is the patient relationship, remember. So we're gonna talk about what happened during the relationship. So here we have a medical doctor visiting his patient. Remember, we create that relationship with our patients. Some of them closer than others. All depends on the circumstances. So that's basically what it is. Physician rights. Now think about this, because we have patient rights, patient responsibilities, but we also have physician rights, physicians' responsibilities. This is not one side only. So This is a two-way, remember, street. We're gonna have traffic going north, traffic going south. So yeah, that's the relationship. Other than that, it doesn't work. So one of the first rights that we have here, it says the physician has the right to select patients he or she will see. Me, as a medical doctor, I have the right to select who do I want to see, who do I want to treat, who do I want to have a relation with. There is no law that prohibits this. That's basically what it is. Now, okay, I don't like this one. No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is when you have your own business, you have your own office hours, you have your own staff working for you. You are the one who created the scheduling system. You own your office. You have the right to see whoever you want to see. That's what I'm talking about. If I'm working for someone else, I'm an employee of a hospital, they assign me some patients that has nothing to do with the physician rights or the medical provider rights. These patients don't have a relationship with me directly. They were hired by the hospital. I'm an employee of the hospital. So for that reason, any patient that's been assigned to me, I'm going to see them. Now, of course, there are some exceptions to the rule. The patient is rude, the patient is combative, the patient mistreat me as a medical doctor, I can not just fire the patient, dismiss the patient. No, I'm going to ask this patient to be educated, to be given to someone else, assigned to someone else. Is that understood? So that's how it works. But I have the right to select who I want to see as my patient. Now, once again, if I own my office, because in a hospital, doctors do not own their office. That's not theirs. We work, we are employees. That's it. But that's how this has to be, see it, because if you don't understand what you mean by, the physicians can do this, but cannot do, no, because if I'm an employee, that goes beyond, because the patient is already being hired by the hospital. They come to the hospital, not under me. These patients are not paying, the insurance is not paying me for the services that I do. No, the patient pays the hospital. The insurance pays the hospital, and the hospital pays me. So I don't have a relationship directly with my patient. It is my responsibility to take care of them, or say, so just not to make it confused, we have a relationship, but it's not direct. It is indirect. And only in certain circumstances, I can decide to not see the patient, remember, but I cannot fire them. Whereas if you own the office, and for some reason there are patients, we're going to talk about that are not meeting they're not following my instructions. Let's put it that way. They're coming late. They don't show up to the appointments. They're not taking the medications as prescribed. I don't want to be dealing with this patient, so I can terminate that relationship. But if it is in a hospital and I'm working there, no, I cannot terminate my patients because they are not my patients. I see them, but they are the hospital patients. That's basically what it is. I have the right, as a physician, have the right to refuse service to a patient. See, you can select whose patient you want to see in your own office. So remember that I mentioned at the beginning, oh, we're not taking new patients. For any other reason, you can refuse. We discussed that. Because remember, I can select the patient that I want to see, not based on any gender, sexual orientation, nothing like that. This is not what I'm talking about. If I'm not and especially they look for someone who do these particular treatment procedures, and that's not my specialty, I can refuse to see them. If they have like too high expectations regarding something that they want, but I know it's not cannot be accomplished, I can refuse to see these patients too. So again, right to select patients he or she will see, right to refuse services to patients are kind of, interchangeable. I can refuse to treat someone. Now, not treat it, start a relationship. That's what we're talking about. Because after I start the relationship, you can't just, tell the patient, I don't want to see you. Not like that. It doesn't work like that. So the patient can leave my office unannounced without telling me that he or she is not coming to my office anymore, that decide to cancel services with my practice. They can do it at any time. But me as a doctor, or whoever is the medical professional, doctor that owns the office, they have to give this person prior notice. And it's not one day, it is 1 month. So to avoid confusions is usually 30 days. You give the patient 30 days. So that's how it works. And it has to be by certified letter. So I believe somewhere around here is going to be that information. So I have it. It's just done. I have this part right here about the rights. So I have to explain, I'll give you examples of what is it and how do we go about. Remember, in your practice, you can accept or not, or refuse to accept patients, as long as it's not based on discrimination, bias, sexual orientation, religion, medical disabilities, it is okay. So you shouldn't be refusing services for personal reasons. The medical provider has the right to determine type of services he or she will provide. Of course, it makes sense. If I'm a general doctor, how I'm gonna offer services as a gastroenterologist or a dentist or psychiatrist? No, I'm gonna open services on my field with the things that I know, that I'm certified, that I'm qualified. That's basically what it's trying to tell. So I'm gonna open my office. I'm gonna select my own hours. I'm gonna have my own schedule. So nobody can tell me otherwise. I'm going to charge for my services. Right to be paid for services rendered. Of course, I'm going to charge for my services. So I got to pay for it. Well, nobody works for free. How much you're going to charge is based on a lot of factors. Location, where you have your office, your specialty, and the type of insurance that you're taking or you're receiving, or the type of insurance, medical health insurance that your patient has. So there are few variables that you have to consider. The most important thing here is that we get paid. So remember, I offer my services needs to be compensated. You work for someone, you gotta get compensated for that. The medical physician have the right to withdraw from relationship. I can withdraw, but you have to have a reason. You can't just withdraw from someone just because you want to. You have to prove reasons. Reasons that is compromising your practice, your license. So the reasons why I can withdraw services from my patients, I'm going to give you some examples. You are not, as a patient, you are not following my instructions. I gave you medications to take it at this particular time. You're not taking the medications, or you're not taking them as prescribed. You're failing to show up to your appointments. You're not going to the appointments. You're not going to the referrals. You're not following up with the condition that you have. No procedures, no examinations. Well, you're creating me a problem now, because if something happens, you're going to blame me because I'm your medical doctor. But I cannot just dismiss you immediately. I'm going to give you 30 days from today. What am I giving you in 30 days? Because I want you to look for someone else who can continue with your services. Whether you find someone else or not, none of my business. But during those 30 days, I have to see you as many times as you come to my office, because you're still my patient, regardless whether you cancel within 1 week, you didn't show up to the appointment, but you came out 3 weeks later, still within the time frame of the 30 days, I have to see you. When the 30 days are up or over, that is it. I have no responsibilities with you. So if you show up to my office, we're just gonna say, I'm sorry, but your services have been canceled. That's it. We follow the law. Medical doctors have right to take vacations and time off, just like any other employee. Of course. But one of the things that you have to do whenever you go on vacation, you have to find someone who's gonna take over you. You have to inform your patients that you're going on vacation. You are not asking for permission. you are letting them know ahead of time. So someone is going to be sending them messages. If the patient comes there to the office during that time before you gone, you tell them, but you have to send them a message. It might be an email, a text message, a phone call. It can be a letter. But you have to let them know that you are not going to be during this time period in the office. And within the content of the letter, you have to ask the patient if they have anything that they need to be seen before the doctor is gone on vacation. They should come to the office. The letter also should state that someone is going to be acting on behalf of the doctor. Someone else is going to be there, a substitute, another medical doctor, or a hospital with the name of the doctor that you will go there and see, just in case something happened to this patient. Anything can happen during the time that I'm not in the office, so it is important that we have all these on paper, documented. If I don't do it and something happened to the patient, I'm liable for that. And I'm going to be accused not only about malpractice, negligence, but abandonment as well. Because I didn't tell my patient that I was going on vacation. Remember, this is not asking permission. This is just informing your patients because you have a relation with these people. This is one of your responsibilities, not only your rights, but it is your responsibility. Remember, we have rights, but we also have responsibilities, and we have to abide by. Unfortunately, it doesn't go the same for the patients. We are the professionals. Remember, the patient comes to our office, start screaming at us, calling us names, cursing, and we can do the same because we are the professionals. And we have to keep those standards, that professionalism. Patient's responsibility. See? Oh no, this is physician's responsibility. You're always thinking about the patients. So our responsibility is treat every patient with dignity, respecting the person as a person. I'm not gonna use my patient as a guinea pig, trying to do something, a procedure, just to figure it out whether it works or not. That's not what we're gonna do. We are not going to expose our patients unnecessarily to procedures that have not been scientifically proven that works. That's basically what it's trying to tell you there. Have to be honest. Remember, the patient has to be honest. Well, we have to be honest. We have to tell our patients the truth. If there is any options, any procedures, any treatments out there that are scientifically proven, this is not, we are not talking about home medications, no. Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, my goodness. This is happening again for the second time today. Okay. So let's continue with this chapter because I don't want this to happen again. Okay, so let's continue. Honesty, remember, you have to be honest with your patients. Do not offer a cure for something that you don't even know if it's going to work. So we cannot lie to our patients. Remember, we have to be honest. If there is no procedure, medication that is going to be helping you, we're not going to lie to you, telling them otherwise. That's being honest. Not charging more or charging for procedures not rendered. That's being honest. You're not going to do something against your principles. Remember, this is violation of your ethics, professional ethics. So we have to be honest. You want the patient to be honest with you, right? So we have to be honest with our patients. So we cannot tell the patient that we are going to do this and this is going to solve the problem. See, we have the habit, cannot call it otherwise, of telling the patient, no worries, everything is going to be okay. That's not being honest. If you tell me that everything is going to be okay, that means that the problem that I have after you treat me, after you gave me the medications, the problem is going to go away. The condition is going to disappear. And that is not true. Unless you have an infection, like bacterial infection, something very minimal. Well, for that, the patients are not worried. Patients are worried for serious things. So you have to be honest all the time. Because if you are not, this is going to come back and bite you. This fires back all the time. Because in the court of law, the patient or the family or the patient's family is going to tell, is going to argue. This medical doctor promised us a cure for this. It told us that everything is going to be okay, but it's not okay. My family member now is dead. My family member now has these complications, cannot walk, cannot talk, or else. So you have this responsibility to your patients and to the family of the patients to be honest. We don't tell the patients a family either. There are little exceptions to the rule here with honesty when we have to give a bad diagnosis to the patient. We do not tell sometimes something that is very serious because that can compromise the state of mind or the state of health that the patient has at that particular moment. But we do connect with the family member and tell them the truth. Or the family members ask us not to let the patient know if there was a serious diagnosis. They don't want their loved one to be suffering with this bad news. So all depends, but most of the cases, we have to be honest with our patients. Physicians are responsible for, they have a responsibility with society. Remember, we live in a world when people judge us. People make decisions about us. So everything that we do, you know, they're going to have a say on it. So we have to do the right thing. So we have to be responsible because this is our duty to you. to our community that we serve in to render the best care possible. So that's the responsibility that we have. We mentioned this like 100 times already. Physicians have the responsibility to keep your personal, private information confidential. Remember, what we really cares is that this information is name. The information about this medical condition has a name there, has an address, has a demographics. So if this information has an identifiable patient's information, it is considered confidential. Think about, I give you an example. Think about this. You find a bunch of lab results. They have a name on it. And it falls on the wrong hands. Who knows what they're going to do? Well, we're supposed to protect the patient's information. Nobody needs to know about what conditions patient A, B, C, or D have. That information only pertains to the patient and to the people who is taking care of the patient. Now, let's say that you find these blood results, this information about conditions of the patient, but it has no name, no address, no cellular number, no nothing, no patient information. Is that violating confidentiality? No, it's not. We don't have a title there. We don't have the person that we're going to relay these conditions. Think about a book, your textbook. It talks about diabetes. What is diabetes? What types of diabetes we have? What are the levels of glucose to consider diabetes? What tests are out there to evaluate for diabetes? But we're not talking about anyone in particular. We're not talking about patient A, B, C, D, or E. We are not. So this information is not confidential. Now the patient medical records has there the patient's demographics. So that's basically what it is. Because your address is related to your name. Your license, your driver license is related to your name. Your social security related to your name. Your spouse, your insurance ID, your health insurance, everything is related to you. So any of these pieces of demographics or identifications relates to you. If I have one of them, and then next I have all these medical conditions that you have, or medications that you take in, the procedures that you have gone through, I know who those belongs to. So I'm violating your confidentiality. See, you have to understand that that's what it's called, PHI, personal health information, or protected health information, because it's protected because it has your information there. Your demographics are there. Any piece of information that can identify the patient alongside with information, those are grounds for breach of confidentiality. And we don't want that, because that's a lawsuit right there. Physician has the responsibility to continue educating themselves, learning more about the new changes, the new trends, the new medications, the new diagnoses, the new procedures, new conditions, We have to be up to date. See, a lot of things have happened lately in medicine. Remember, we didn't have COVID before. Now we have COVID. But alongside COVID, what else do we have? We have vaccines, different type of vaccines. We have some oral medications. We have a new diagnosis for COVID. We didn't have that prior to 2019 or 2019. We did not. So every single time there is something else, and we need to be familiar with. We need to be familiar with all these signs and symptoms. Now we learn to, because we went through that pandemic that was really bad, because it was huge. So now anytime you start coughing or hear somebody coughing, immediately you think about COVID. See? But there are certain things that they are not as common as COVID because it was not something that affected so bad so many people at the same time. There are other conditions that you never heard about, but medical providers needs to know about this. A new procedure, how you detect COVID. We need to know. So they have to be up to date with this continue, learning process, because you need it. Otherwise, you can miss a lot. That's why medical, someone who is certified or it is licensed in this country, you have to renew your certificate. So sometimes you wonder, I say, why do I have to renew the certificate? It should be for life. Why do we have to renew driver license? Why do we have to renew our passport? Your insurance, your health insurance, your car insurance, your car registration. Because there are changes. And we need to be up to date. We don't have to renew Social Security number, as far as I remember. Why? Because it's just a number, and that's not gonna change. But your driver license, you have to renew it. Why? Because we change. We grew up, we become older. Now we have a vision, hearing test. You need to have glasses if you want to be driving, instead of, otherwise you're going to cause an accident, you're going to kill yourself, you're going to kill someone else. The same happened with medical doctors. If you're not prepared, if you're not up to date, if you're not continuing with your education, what's going to happen? You're going to be outdated. And you're going to miss information from your patient, which is going to cause the patient to become sicker and a lawsuit. That's why we have to renew certificates. When you take your certification, you have to renew it every 2 years. And every 2 years, you got to pay for your certification. Every 2 years, you have to take some continuing education units. So you have to read some material, earn some credits, and have those credits right there. So whenever you're going to renew your license or your certificate, as in your case, if you don't have those credits, you're not going to be able to renew your certification. So you have to take the credits first, and then you renew. So the same happens for medical doctors, any profession. You have to take some credits, and then you have to take an exam, because they need to know whether you are you know, up to date. If you know what's going on in medicine, what is the new trends, what's the new medications, what the new conditions, new procedures, how are you gonna send your patient for a referral? How do you know what specialist and what to order if you are not keeping up with whatever is going on in your field? So that's very important. Freedom of choice. So physician responsibilities. What do you mean freedom of choice? Choosing what? Well, my responsibility is to choose whatever I wanted to do. Not just a right, but also a responsibility. Responsibility to improve community. Remember, you're not going to improve community. It's not that you're going to go and donate money. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Offer your services, good services in your area. If you're not a good medical provider, your patients are start getting sick in your community. That's not good. You're not improving anything. You're not doing anything for the community. So we don't want this medical doctor here. You're just taking the money from the patients, but you're actually not doing anything good. You're not a good professional, so to speak. So our responsibility towards our patients is gotta be the most important thing. That's gotta be our goal. So again, we should not discriminate people based on anything. They need the services, we can provide those services, we should do it. Remember, there is always the chance, the option to withdraw services from this person. This is not like a marriage that you have to go through all this divorce paperwork and attorneys and fees and all that stuff. No, this is a lot easier than that, but it's a relationship. Because our mission is that to give access to medical care to anyone who requests it for, regardless, once again, gender, race, anything that has to do with discrimination should not be applicable here. So that's basically what it is. So medical doctors have lots of responsibilities, have rights, but most of the things falls on the doctor's shoulders. It is so that if I have employees working for me and my employee do something wrong to my patients, not only you're gonna be paying, I'm gonna be paying for your faults. That's why I want the people that is gonna work for me that has the qualifications needed to do that job. I want someone who is certified, who is licensed, depends of their field of studies, that their licenses are active and that they are from the state where they are practicing. So probably you know someone who is a foreigner who came here, has a medical degree in their country, but they cannot practice here medicine. Why? Because listen, there are a lot of things. First, someone from a different country, they were trained differently. It's not that medicine is the same, but there are different rules, regulations, different medications. So usually people are trained differently. in the medical field. The purpose is the same, the goal is the same, to get the patient better and to do the best of your knowledge and capacity to assist them. But at the same token, there are many things that differ from country to country. So when they come here, they have to start all over. Or they have to take some exams, do some residency program. They have to do a lot of stuff. I'm talking about medical doctors. Because it's a huge responsibility. You are going to be taking care of the life of someone. And these offices, these hospitals, doctors, they're not going to take a chance just bringing someone from overseas and says, oh, no, it's fine. Start diagnosing there. No. It's a little different the way that we practice in our countries, how they practice here. We have too many rules, too many regulations in this country. Here, you can see you're not just losing your license, you have to pay lots of money for the wrongdoings. So again, this is not simple. And we have to understand why these people comes over and has to, do other jobs because of the many regulations that we have in this country. And it has to be like that, because otherwise, can you imagine? We have good and bad professionals everywhere. How do you know these medical doctors what we're doing in their country? And they come here and you're going to pay the price. So basically, that's what it is. Professional practice responsibilities. Now, during a medical emergency. Now, during a medical, let's rewind a little bit. In previous classes, I mentioned that when it comes to emergency situations, things kind of change a little bit. All these rules, regulations, privacy, quote unquote, change a bit. So again, it's very difficult to keep privacy in an emergency room. Emergency rooms are the exception to the rules. Remember when we were talking about communication? Not to disclose patients' information to anyone who calls in the office, regardless of who they are. And the husband and the wife and the son, the daughter and the grandparents, who cares who's calling, who cares who's coming to the office? We're not going to release no information for these people. In an emergency situation, it's different because we need someone who knows, who recognizes the patient, who can give us more information, because we just have the patient here. So if someone is looking for a loved one, a friend, someone, and they call to the emergency because somebody's missing, we're going to call emergencies. The emergencies have the right to tell you if the person is there or not. That doesn't happen in an office. Nobody's going to release information from your office if somebody calls in trying to figure it out, find out whether this person is there or not. In an emergency, we have to give you that information. Hi, this is hospital such and such. This is the emergency room. Listen, I'm looking for a friend of mine. I'm looking for a relative of mine. It's missing. I want to know if it's there. What's the name? Oh, give it the name. Then immediately look in the system And if they have any information about it, they're going to tell you. If they don't, they're going to tell you more likely how old is the person. Is it male? Is it female? Describe a little bit about the person because they have someone, but it doesn't have documents with them. Then you describe, said, well, there is an unknown person right here that meets the criteria. I'm not sure if it is, but you can stop by. So they ask you to come and recognize the patient or the body. So in an emergency situation, things change dramatically. So law and ethics changes because it's a different scenario. Now, in an emergency room, because that's what we talk about it, not an emergency situation. In an emergency room, we cannot turn legally, you cannot turn away any patient. Whether we assume there is a serious life-threatening situation or not, we cannot dismiss them. So a patient stops by the reception area in the emergency, is walking, is talking. Is this person dying? Is this person having an emergency? Because the definition of emergency means it's a life-death situation. But the patient walking there and he says, listen, I have a chest pain. I'm taking the information, I shouldn't assume that it's not true. Oh, because the patient is talking and no, I have to take care of them. I have a rash. I have fever. I have this, I have that. Well, I have to do the triage. Remember, this is triaging patients. Triaging means prioritizing the situation. Patients who are at risk, in a higher level of risk from a disease, a condition, are going to be put first. And subsequently, everybody else. So in emergency situations, the situation, once again, is different. So you can go to the emergency for any reason. They are going to screen you in. Screening you means that they're going to take your information and they're going to do a triage. They're going to ask you signs and symptoms for how long it's been going on, if you have this before. If they see that you're not a higher risk, then you're going to be in certain position, certain time in your school, and you're in the emergency. So that's basically what it is. So it's not first come, first serve. No, it doesn't work that way. It is the highest risks that you have, the more complicated your condition is, the faster that you're going to be seen. But we cannot deny not to see you, even though if you don't show that you have anything serious. That's illegal. If unable to treat the patient, then must call for emergency assistance. Now, you might end up in the doctor's office on urgent care, thinking that whatever you have, it wasn't serious enough, or you just end up in a place that you are more familiar with. Well, if we do not have the equipment, the personnel specialized to treat your condition, we cannot waste time and we have to send you somewhere else. Remember, that's our responsibility. Another thing, remember, anyone who enters the emergency, I didn't mention, but it is right here, you cannot deny services because lack of health insurance. So if you don't have health insurance, they're gonna ask you if you go to the emergency. I mean, if you are talking and you're conscious. So you go over there and says, oh, hi, I'm definitely feeling sick. I want to see a doctor. They said, sure, give me your information. And part of that information is gonna be collecting, fees. They said, oh, do you have health insurance? No, I don't. So then are they going to tell you, oh, well, we don't take people who don't? No, they cannot tell you that. I have no money. I have no medical insurance. They have to take care of you and then bill you after the services have been provided. So it doesn't matter who you are, whether you have insurance, you don't have insurance, whether you are in a death of life situation. Nah, it's going to be taken care. Depends on how serious your condition you're going to be seen first versus waiting long hours. So that is the difference. So think about it. Emergencies are the exception to the rule. So whenever you have questions related to emergencies, most of the things that we talk about here do not apply. We try to do our best. So this privacy confidentiality, we try our best, but it's not regulated. Can you imagine someone in the waiting area, or well, let's put a waiting area, right? The place when they have all these patients already in stretchers. Well, they're going to be seeing each other. They are so close that actually, if they are still talking, they're going to be kind of, creating a relationship in between the patients. And we're going to hear everything they said, everything we ask, every exam that we do. We try to keep privacy, but sometimes it's very, very difficult because working in an emergency changes everything. Yes, we try to keep, our voice low, not to reveal much information, but sometimes you have to say it because then you have the other patients right next to you. Your neighbors are very close by. So we are not liable for violating the patient's privacy or HIPAA violations. Duty to treat indigent patients, all these indigents, remember, homeless. That's what it's trying to tell you. Now, you have the right as a medical provider to treat whoever you want to treat. But in certain circumstances, like in the emergency, you do not choose who you want to see. Regardless, you don't. So that's what is called there the dumping crisis, because you want to kind of refuse to take care of patients because of their conditions. They're homeless. When I was in the emergency, I had to take care of homeless. I asked the CNAs or some PCAs or PCTs, patient care technician, patient care associated, something like that. I have to ask them to take the patient to the shower, get them clean, bring them with the gown, the hospital gown, and now I'm going to take care of them because some of them really stink. And to do the procedures, to do the evaluations that I'm going to do, my patients needs to be a little clean and that I can breathe. Now, if it is a very serious condition, there is no time. We have to wear a mask. Well, gloves, it is a must. But you have to take care of your patients, regardless of who they are. So by no means we can just refuse, abandon our patients. Now, another thing, remember, we create this relationship because this is patient, physician-patient relationship. As soon as we establish a relationship, you can't just say, I don't want to take care of you. We mentioned that. The reasons why we are withdrawing services from our patients is because the patients are not compliant. Not compliant means they are not following my instructions. They are not following up with the appointments. They are not taking the medication. They are not going to the referrals that I send them, and a bunch of things. How can I take care of a patient who is not following my instructions? There is no way. And what's going to happen is that something serious is going to happen to this patient, and I'm going to be responsible. I'm going to be liable for that. I'm not taking the chance. I talk to my patients. I tell them, hi, Mr., Mrs. Smith. You know, I'm checking your medical records and I see that you have missed almost every single appointment. You haven't followed up with the appointments that I gave you. You're not taking the medications. It's been like 6 months that I gave you medications, but those were for 3 months. And I asked you to come back. I'm going to do some evaluations, some blood tests, some examination. I'm going to send you for this procedure, but you didn't return. So if this continues, I'm going to, unfortunately, withdraw your service. We're going to tell them in advance so they are prepared. Unfortunately, I care about your health. I'm not going to tell them, well, because you're not doing right, you're not following my instructions, you're going to get me in trouble. No, that doesn't work that way. I'm going to tell them, listen, I care about your health, but I'm not going to be able to help you if you're not doing your part. For that reason, I'm going to withdraw your services. I'm going to terminate the services. So I'm going to give you 30 days. Once again, you have to give this in certified letter. Why a certified letter? Because the patient has to sign that they receive it. And that receipt, I'm going to place it on the patient medical record. And I'm going to keep that if something happens and bring this up in the court of law and save. So nobody can tell me, oh, you withdraw services. What was the reason? Oh, here are the reasons. Remember when we were talking about making appointments, we have to document every single missing appointment, cancellation, no show. So we have all this legal documentation that is going to prove that the patient did not follow instructions. So if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, you're not going to get better. Well, I know that's your problem, but that's going to cause me problems. So for that reason, I'm deciding to withdraw your services. So again, if you create a relationship, you have to have something that is causing you to withdraw the patient. You can't just withdraw them because you want to. Well, you're going to withdraw them because you're going to close your business. That's a different issue. Because you're moving to another town or another state or another country. You're retiring. You're selling your office. That's a different issue. Then you're going to give them the option to stay with this new practitioner or to look for someone else. We have to inform our patients all the time. So there are different reasons, but once again, we need to understand how the system works. Because if we don't know any of this, we're going to commit abandonment, not contacting the patients, following up with procedures that they have done, medications that they are taking and they're not showing up and we're not calling them. Guess what? Abandonment, because you don't have any documentation that you contacted the patient to find out how the patient is doing, what the patient is not showing up to the appointments. So we have to keep documentation all the time. Remember, if you didn't document it, means it didn't happen. So if you don't have a receipt, you purchase this, it means you didn't purchase here probably. So we have to be protected, and documentation is the best. Can protect ourselves if we do not document everything that is going on. During not to abandon the patient. See, abandonment. I've been talking about abandonment all this time. So as soon as you start the relationship with this patient, you are committed. It is your duty